Hello, everyone. I'm back and I got my thoughts in order. I really should have some sort of list in front of me so that I know what I want to talk about first in these live streams. Again, my favorite way of sharing on YouTube is to create well produced videos, and that is a long and tedious process. You know, I have to first, you know, find out what aspects of a project I want to share and kind of outline what's the the clearest way of sharing uh aspects of that project. I need to sit down and write a script. I'm a very good writer, not not a very good public speaker, but I'm a pretty good writer. So I enjoy the script writing process, although sometimes when you're writing a script for a how-to video, it can be a little tedious, but it's still enjoyable. And then comes the part of, filming the content, organizing it in a video editor, and then sitting down and putting a production together. And I love playing with motion graphics and doing cool stuff like that. So it takes me a little while to put together a video, but I like the process of producing a video. The problem is, and I want to do this full time on YouTube. I really, really do. The problem is when you produce highly, when you produce fixed content on YouTube, it takes a little time for you to get the watch time you need to reach even the second tier monetization, which is 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours. Now, I have more than 500 subs. Thank you, everyone who subscribed to this channel. I appreciate all of you tremendously, by the way. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There are 1,000 people on planet Earth that are interested in my content, and that to me is amazing. But I haven't reached the watch hours. And what helps to get watch hours on YouTube it is live streaming. And this is the form of content on YouTube that I am the least I'm not very good at it. I'm not very good at it. Um and so today I'm doing something kind of scary because I'm those of you who've watched my cigar box guitar tutorials live um know that I'm all over the place with my live streams, and I kind of fix things when I go back and edit my replays so that you guys get a concise lesson. But today I'm not just today I'll probably be a little more flustered than when I'm flustered is the wrong word. Flustered implies that I am upset, or no, I'm not. I'm just a little nervous. Um, I'll be a little bit more nervous today because I am going to be troubleshooting my landscape lighting hack project live with you guys. Now, um, if you are joining, I don't have anyone watching live at the moment, but if you're catching this in the replay and you don't know what I'm talking about, um, go to my stage lighting and projection mapping playlist and check out the most recent videos on there to get the scoop on this project and what it's all about. Um, and so, but if you're already in the know of what's going on with this, um, welcome. What's the latest about this project? I received an email from tech support. They actually initiated an email um, asking me if I've implemented their latest suggestion. And I told them no, but I hope to have that done this weekend. And I thought, well, you know what? I need watch time and I need to connect with my audience because if I troubleshoot just all by myself, uh, I won't have any content to share on YouTube and, all the hard work that I've been putting in for quite a while will uh kind of go by the wayside because you got to be uploading consistently so that your audience stays engaged and so I don't lose any of you guys. You guys are so I am so grateful to have all of you guys here. All of you here interested in cigar box guitars and performing arts technology. And it's so good receiving comments and emails and um, live interactions with those with other tinkerers, And so, anyway, I thought, let me kill two birds with one stone, troubleshoot this thing, see if I can get some results, see if I can move forward with this project finally, and get some content out there at the same time. And so, um, welcome if you're joining me. So, what did tech support tell me to do next? This is what they asked. Well, this is what they told me. They saw or they noticed this little arrow. I don't know if you could see this on camera. Oop, sorry, I bumped my microphone. Actually, because the arrow is gold, you can't see it on this camera with the lighting that I have set up right now. Sorry about that. But there is an arrow pointing towards my LED strips conductors here. And they told me that I basically hooked up the LED strip to the decoder from the wrong end. Now, I thought that this was strange, that their suggestion made no sense. That's what I thought. Because I hooked up this LED strip to its original microcontroller and power supply from this end, and it worked. The LEDs turned on. They were receiving power and pulse width modulation data signals that controlled the LEDs. And so I thought, no, that suggestion made no sense. But then I looked at the other side of the cable. They said that I should have used the other end of my LED tape. And taking a look at the other end of the LED tape, there are some conductors on this end. I don't know if you can see the copper, but there are conductors on this end, and above these conductors is an arrow that's pointing in the opposite direction. And after thinking about it a bit, it kind of makes sense because LEDs are only supposed to can only have currents flowing through them in one direction. And so maybe there is something to their suggestion. So before I go ahead and hack this decoder, remove the housing, and solder directly onto the contacts, because what I think, my theory is, and some of you who have contacted me via email also think that the crimps on this decoder are faulty, and I'm not getting enough contact between the LED strip and the decoder. I think that's what the problem is. But before I open this thing, I want to try this one last suggestion from tech support. And I would be very happy to learn that I am wrong, because I really don't want to open this guy up. And so I will be very happy if I am wrong about this. But let's give their suggestion a try. So what I'm going to do now here on the live is I'm going to solder cables onto the copper contacts on the opposite end of this LED strip. Then check continuity to make sure that after the soldering process, everything, my contacts are still conductive and are ready to receive power and pulse width modulation signals from my DMX decoder. And then I will crimp the ends of the new cables to my decoder. And hopefully, and I already have my dip switch set up where I'm accessing one of the built-in functions of the decoder. And right now it's set to put out red light. So if this decoder is working, once I crimp the newly soldered wires from my LED strip into out number 1 on the decoder and turn on the decoder, I should see red light coming from my LED strip. Okay. So let's get a moving on that. Okay. By the way, I hope you're enjoying my Christmas theme. I guess this is my little version of Vlogmas. Although this isn't really, well, I've been documenting the troubleshooting of this project kind of like a vlog, so I'm sort of participating in YouTube Vlogmas. That's cool. All right. I am going to apply flux to these contacts. Flux will help the solder stick to the contacts quicker. Quicker is better because the longer you keep your iron on a contact, the more likely you are to oxidize or burn it. So I'm going to go ahead and apply flux to the contacts. Now, before I turn on my iron, I'm going to switch out the tip of my soldering iron. I was watching some soldering videos recently, and this one guy was using kind of like a blade shaped tip to apply solder onto these very narrow LED strip contacts. And I also have that type of tip. I've never used it, but I thought, you know what? It's worth giving it a shot, because I don't think I'll be able to do clean soldering with this tip. And so these are the tips that came with my Xtronic model 3020. For those of you who are interested in what knowing what soldering iron I'm using. Had it for years, very durable, very, very durable. I used to lend it out to my students. It's taken a beating. So it's very, very durable. So here's the blade like tip that I'm talking about. Let's see if I can reach it. Oh, there it is. Here's the blade like tip that I'm talking about. And in theory, soldering onto the contacts of this LED strip should be very easy with this blade tip, kind of like this. The blade is somewhat narrower than the copper contacts on this LED strip, so that ought to go very well. We shall see. I don't know. I've never used this tip, so we shall find out together. Okay. Let me remove the current tip on my soldering iron. There we go. Yep. All right. Make sure everything is tight on this thing before I heat it up and tin it. All right. I see that there are 2 concurrent viewers, but I don't know if both of them are me. Say hello if you are not me. Say hello in the chat. I'd love to chat with you. Okay. I'm gonna put this guy away. Okay, I'm not gonna heat up my iron just yet. Let me get my cables prepped before I do that. All right. So these are the spools that you saw in my last troubleshooting video. Wow. I must say, guys, I am not an entertaining live streamer. Of all the things that a person can live stream. Anyway. Let's start with, let's see. Let's start with the plus 24 volt contact. So I'm going to use a white cable for that. make it moderately. Not too short, not too long. There you go. You know what? I need scissors. Be right back. All right. Here we go. All right. Now I need to strip this cable. I got a handy dandy wire stripper with me. These are 20 gauge cables. So I am going to put my cable in the 20 gauge slot. You want to give the end that's going to go into the decoder more space than the end that's going to be soldered onto one's LED strip. All right. So here we go. I'm going to have to do some twisting off camera. I will be right back. Twist, twist, twist. Strip this cable. Here we go. Once the sheath has been removed, twist those copper strands together. There you have it. All right. Now the other side, I'm going to make this side shorter than the other side. This is the end that's going to go into the decoder, needs more space than the side that's going to be soldered onto the cable. All right, so I'm going to put this in the 20 gauge slot and twist, twist, twist off camera. All right. Yes, I know. Such riveting content for YouTube, my friends. But you know what? I'm going to give live streaming a go. I'm going to become more serious about it once I finish the garage project. Those of you who are following my cigar box guitar content know what I'm talking about. But yeah, streaming is very important for growing a YouTube channel, so I'm gonna give this a go. Again, it's not the most comfortable way for me to share or create content on YouTube, but super important if you're serious about becoming a YouTube creator. And I know that a lot of you in my audience are also artists looking to become income independent, and YouTube is the best social media platform to do that. But if you're serious about it, you got to get into live streaming. So yeah, but I realize, yeah, not a very riveting holiday stream here, but giving it a go. Okay. So now, before I forget, I'm going to apply flux to both ends of this cable. Not going to snap on my iron. I'm just going to strip all the cables that I need first, and then I'll tin the tips of my cables, and then tin the tips of, or tin the contacts of my LED strip and then just bring the iron down on the cable and the LED strips without applying more solder, and we should be good to go after that. Okay. Let's apply flux. So our soldering is quick when we go to do that. All right. What's the next conductor I'm going to do? Okay, next to the 24 volt plus conductor, there's the green conductor. It's not in RGB plus order. So our next conductor is the green conductor. Okay, here we go. I got a little bit of green cable left. Gotta buy more 20 gauge wire. I use this for a lot of projects. All right. Again, I'm going to put this in the 20 gauge slot because it's a 20 gauge cable. And the end that's going to go into the decoder needs more copper than the end that's going to be soldered onto the LED strip. So I'm going to start with the decoder end first. Here we go. Yep. Okay. And now you just pull it out. All right. I unsheathed that end and now just twist, twist, twist. That's it. And that's a happy little cable. Trying to embody Bob Ross here. And so I see that there's one other person on the stream besides me. It's okay if you don't want to come on to the chat, but I appreciate you being here. Welcome. Would be nice to have someone to chat with, though. So feel free to jump in at any time. I do not mind. I think this stream, although it's a troubleshooting stream, would be far more interesting if I were having a conversation with the chat with one other person. That would be super cool, actually. Take the heat off of me. Again, I am probably the worst live streamer on YouTube right now. Practice makes perfect. That's what people tell me. All right, let's apply flux to both ends. I twisted both sides. All right. I wonder, OBS is showing me I have a good audio signal, but I do not know. Because no one who's been watching has told me, so I'm assuming the audio's okay. It's coming through okay on my headphones, but really, I have no idea what you guys are getting on your end. Peter, welcome. Oh, it's so nice to see someone on the chat. Thank you. My savior, Peter. I am not alone in this live stream. Yeah. Yeah. I'm so glad you caught me on this impromptu stream. Do you also work with electronics, Peter? I think you do. I remember our first Um, the first comments that I think our first interactions on YouTube were about my piezo preamp. Is that correct? I don't remember. I think so, but I'm not sure. All right. Peter says, yes, I do. Uh-huh. Oh, yes. Okay. So, yeah, we met through the piezo preamp video. Cool beans. After I'm done with all of these. Oh, you were making fun of my tape. Oh, yes, yes, yes. You hurt my feelings, Peter. I was so proud of my tape printed circuit board. No, that's fine. Yeah, I am going to again getting things done. I got a spam call here. Okay. Um, after I make some progress with this landscape lighting hack, um, I'm definitely going to resume my CBG lessons. And again, the next lesson needs some real attention. I need to put together a solid lesson plan for that because it is a complicated lesson. But once I get some things out of the way, including the rebuild of the CBG workshop, I already have all the components I need to make some improvements to that piezo preamp. So you're still looking for that perfect piezo pre. I think we're going to reach something uh pretty pretty near perfect after the next after I apply the improvements. And the improvements I'm making to the preamp have come through some research and some suggestions made to me by people like you in the audience. And so I'm excited to implement those suggestions to see if we can get a flat frequency response with no sub bass from our piezo preamps. So cool beans. And yeah, okay. Let's see what conductor I need to make a cable for next. Okay, so we got the power, we got the green. Let's do the red. All right. Peter, have you worked with DMX 512 before? Just out of curiosity. I think the nervous energy I'm putting through the camera is keeping this from being an unintentional ASMR video. But anyway, let's get this troubleshooting out of the way. I'm so hoping that tech support is right about this. Now, Peter says, I work mainly with audio, not much with lights. LED is a new area for me. Well, you know, audio people are the perfect people to get into DMX 512 because DMX 512 was inspired by MIDI, and it's a multiplexing system that works almost identically to a MIDI system. So if you understand MIDI, you understand DMX 512. And it's not hard for you to get into programming stage lights and hooking up stage lighting systems and working with DMX decoders and yeah. So if you ever do get into wanting to do your own stage lights for your own shows and stuff, I have a playlist for that. And yeah, this is all part of getting my outdoor venue going. I can't wait till we have this beautiful outdoor venue, this immersive venue where I can feature my cigar box guitars and live stream and have a live audience while I'm live streaming. Lawrence and I are basically thinking of this thing as being our own personal little juke joint. I mean, but this is the heart of the project. This is what's going to give our immersive venue its uniqueness. You know, making our trees audio reactive and doing cool stuff like that. Yeah, Peter, if you ever decide you want to get into it, again, I have some really, really simple, not simple, concise tutorials about stage lighting and DMX 512. And check them out. Let me know what you think. And let me know if you have any questions. It's working with this technology is not complicated at all. Not at all. And it's actually a lot of fun. Well, troubleshooting is kind of fun. And I always learn something when something goes wrong in a project. But when I have so little time to dedicate to my projects, I I wish that this was working. I would have been, you know, probably wiring up my system outdoors already if this had been working. Eh. Oh well. Me complaining over here. All right. I was hoping to have my oaks lit up and audio reactive. Well, not just audio reactive. I mean, you could set any stage light to be audio reactive, but to be programmable. I wanted to have that done by Christmas so I could program a little Christmas light show for my parents who are coming to visit us up in our homestead. But the way that this is going, hopefully today, hopefully, again, hopefully tech support is right and I won't have to hack this thing. I won't have to remove the housing and try stuff in here, but we shall see. Lighting can be a very big source of inspiration during the writing of music. Agreed, Peter. 100%. I agree with that. This is for the blue conductor. I don't have a blue cable, so I shall use this yellow cable. All right. You know, it's really easy to get into multimedia art technology when you compose music. Um, I don't know. For me, it was very easy to go from music composition to video composition to um, interactive media and stage lighting. It to me, it's all one. It's a part of one thing. Um, it. I mean, oh, why am I using my scissors? I have a stripper. Here we go. Well, I haven't composed a new piece in a while. Um, because I've been working on other creative projects, and that's fine. Um, I will return to music composition, but when I've composed a piece of music, I'm also thinking of because I compose music specifically for the stage. I want um performance pieces. I'm thinking of the lighting. Sometimes I'm thinking about choreography. Sometimes I'm thinking of costuming, but mostly lighting and projection mapping. I'm thinking of those things as well. And it's not like, oh, it's a side task that I have to figure out later. No, it's like I'm imagining the lighting along with the musical material, and I'm imagining what I want to see on stage at the same time as I'm composing the music. I guess I'm a very visual composer. Isn't yellow only for grounding? Be careful. Well, I mean, this is just a regular this is not a designated grounding cable. It's just part of these 20 gauge spools that I bought in different colors, and for some reason I got every color of the rainbow except blue in the spool. That would have been very nice, having a blue cable to correspond with the blue um what you call LED conductor on my strip. So to explain, Peter, what tech support I got, I already soldered contacts onto this LED strip last week, and when I crimped it into the decoder, got nothing. But when I reattached these to the original power supply and microcontroller, it was working. I got light and I was able to change programs on the thing. So I thought, okay, that confirms that this doesn't work. But what tech support guys told me is no, you have to use the contacts on the other end of the cable. And so I thought it was a kind of a ridiculous suggestion at first, but then I remembered, well, LEDs only accept the current in one direction. So it's possible that somehow this side would work with the original microcontroller for however that circuit was printed, but not with the DMX decoder. And on the other end of the cable, which is the one I'm preparing to solder onto, the arrow indicating I guess what direction the current is going. It's pointing in the other direction. So I'm trying it out. There's something to what they're asking me to do, and I'm hoping that it works so I won't have to hack into this thing. Do I write films? No. I do not write films, but that's not to say that, hey, won't get into it later. For me, one art form has led me into another, and I mean, my degree is in music composition, and that used to kind of like, why am I interested in this? I should be composing this. I should be composing stuff like this, stuff like this. And I just let my creativity go where it needs to go, where it wants to go, because that's where my best work uh, is going to happen if I follow my intuition. At least that's what I've noticed over the years. And so I don't let the title of composer limit my creativity. I'm going to go where my creativity goes. Maybe I'll get into making films in the future. Who knows? Who knows? I'm an artist. That's why when I make introductions to my video, I say, "Hey, fellow artists," but I'm using the word artist not as something specific. People who paint or make sculptures. I'm using the term in its broadest sense. I am a musician, but in the sense of in its original sense. The word music originally meant of the muses, anything that was of the muses. That could have been dance, astronomy, sculpture, all of that in ancient Greece was considered to be music. That's how, when I say artist, that's what I mean. Music is an art. I am an artist. Video production is an art. Video video art. You know what I mean. Stage lighting. All right. Okay, so I got all of my cables stripped and got flux on them. Got flux on these conductors. Now it's time to tin everything. That means I gotta heat up this iron. Universal spirit like the old masters. Oh, thank you, Peter. I'd like to think that maybe one day I will be an old master. I will be, my skills would have grown to the point where I can consider myself an old master. Anyway. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Hey, mister, I'm streaming here. No worries. Okay, let's heat up the iron. I changed the tip of my soldering iron to this blade tip because I saw that someone on YouTube was able to tin the contacts on an LED strip very easily with this type of tip. I've never used this tip from my Extronic set yet, so this will be a novel experience. I got to tin this guy as well. But I'm going to heat him up to 700 degrees Fahrenheit just to keep the solder flowing well and make soldering easy, or easier in my case. I don't have helping hands with me today. I find helping hands tedious to use. So what I've been doing, as you can see all of the scuffs on this table, I've basically taped things onto this table and brought my soldering iron down on it. I know that's not the best thing to do, but this is a work table. It's a cheap table on Amazon. I bought it as a work table, and I'm just getting my soldering projects done faster that way than working with my unwieldy helping hands. Maybe there's a model of helping hands that will keep me from having to destroy my furniture, but haven't found one yet that I like. Anyway, turning on my iron, and it's slowly ramping up to 700 degrees Fahrenheit, where I like to solder. Again, 60/40 works. I think the melting point of 60/40 is 400 degrees Fahrenheit. So working at 700 keeps the solder flowing very nicely without an issue. Do I have a fume extractor? No. No, I do not, Peter. I like to live dangerously. No. I'm not that worried because the fumes are really the core of the flux, and or I mean the core of the solder, which is sometimes flux or it's just the flux evaporating, but the melting point of lead or the I don't know what you call the temperature where lead you're not breathing in the lead, so I'm not worried about it. I will wash my hands though after. But no, I don't have a fume extractor. Yep. Okay. So I'm getting this. I'm gonna position this in a way where I can solder well, but you all can also see what's going on here. So here we go. All right, and I'm looking over the order of the contacts here on my cable. I'm gonna start with, well, I gotta tin these tips first, and then tin these tips next, and then I can bring these together. Yeah, you're right about that, Peter. You're right. Um, I guess I should be a little more responsible and get an extractor so I'm not inhaling flux all the time. But again, right now I'm just moving equipment out of my office and clearing out our the CBG workspace and performance space, and once I get everything organized in there, I'll get things organized in this project studio, and I'll be able to set up perhaps an extractor, set up a proper soldering station, including some good helping hands. They are cheap to build or buy. Cool. Cool. I will definitely check them out. I would have thought that they weren't very cheap, but now that you mention it, I will check them out. Okay. All right, we're up to 700 degrees. So let me tin the tip of this brand new, well, let me tin the brand new tip of this iron, which I've never used before. The blade tip. Okay. Cool beans. Actually, let me do something here. I need another lamp. I'm going to set one up right now. Hold the phone, people. Hold the phone. All right. Okay, that improved the video quality and is helping me see a little bit better as well. Yeah, DIY a DIY fume extractor could be a possibility for me. Actually, right behind my desk, I have a window that I can open and set up a DIY extractor. So that's a good idea, Peter. That is a good idea. I wonder if there are kits for hobbyists. I don't know. I've never searched for one. Okay. Now we can see better. Here we go. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how easy it is to use those blade tips. Um, just for anyone catching this in the replay, this is not a soldering tutorial. I am using a new tip today that I've never used before. Supposedly, it will make it easier for me to tin the tips of this LED strip. But again, I may be very clumsy with this new tip. So again, this is not a tutorial at all. This is just me setting up a troubleshooting project and trying a new tip because it seemed easier to use in that video that I was watching. So, don't remember who the creator was, which wish I could remember. He was also soldering leads onto an LED strip to work with a DMX decoder. All right, here we go. Never seen one. Yeah. Well, I will definitely research that, Peter. It's definitely worth looking into a DIY. I'm sure that Instructables has something for a DIY fume extractor for sure. All right, now the thing is, I gotta heat up these contacts a little bit before I can solder onto them. And so the trick is not to leave the iron on any contacts for too long and oxidize or burn them. So let's start with the power. Here we go. Oh, that worked pretty quickly. All right, I'm optimistic, cautiously optimistic, but here we go again. Now, the second conductor is very close to the first, so I don't know how I'm going to keep these contacts from merging together with the solder, but we shall see if I can prevent that with this um, blade tip. Here we go. Heat, 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 heat. Come on now. Okay, I got solder on there without it merging to its neighbor. Okay, I'm pleased with that. Cool beans. Ah, here we go. Here we go. All right, next. Heat, 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 heat. You know what? You know what, people? I am really liking this tip. It is giving me the precision I need to solder onto this LED strip. Wow. Okay, I'm impressed. I am impressed. Blade tip, everyone, for this application. All right. Heat, 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 heat. All right, let me make sure that I might have messed up that one. Let me check. Take a closer look. Are they merged? Let's see. No, they are not merged. They are not merged, so we are still okay. All right, now it's time to tin the cables. Here we go. Okay. Power, green, red, blue. All right. Okay. Let's start with the power. Bring this into frame so you guys can see what's going on. Yes, yes, yes. All right, we got 5 viewers. Yay! Welcome to the stream, everyone. Welcome, welcome. This is the wrong tip for the job, but if you can do it, you are very skillful. Oh, actually, Peter, I thought I would need more skill to... Well, I found this easier to use than the tip I was using last week for connecting these leads onto the LED strip. But again, you know, to each his own. Everyone has their preference, but I was surprised how well I was able to be precise with this blade tip on the LED strip, which has very, very narrow contacts. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. If you start working with LEDs, give them a shot. Okay, here we go. Where's my solder? Okay, let's tin these guys. Let's tin. So I'm gonna heat the ends a little bit and then apply solder. Heat, 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 heat. Not too much solder here. Okay, that was all right. Heat, 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 heat. And again, applying the smallest amount of solder possible because there's already solder, obviously. You just saw me apply the contacts on here. So you don't want to apply too much solder onto the cables. All right, we got the power cable ready to go. Let's do the green, which is next on the strip. All right, should I bring... Let me bring this closer this way so you guys can see things better. Okay. Wow, it's nice to see 4 other people in the stream. Welcome. Happy holidays. I know, not the most riveting stream, but I'm glad you guys are here supporting my channel with your watch time. really, really appreciate that actually. Oh my gosh, you guys have no idea how it is to earn watch time on YouTube. Even with all the evergreen content that I have on YouTube, it's hard to gain the watch time I need. Now, I'm not monetized on YouTube. Some people think I am, because I have more than 1,000 subs. And by the way, thank you everyone who subbed to this channel. But I'm not monetized yet. I don't even have second tier monetization because of the watch time issue. And I like producing fixed content, stuff that's nicely scripted and edited, and you have motion graphics. I love doing that stuff. But since it's hard to produce content quickly to earn enough watch time to get you to that monetization level when you primarily produced fixed content. And so that's why I'm trying live streaming. And you guys know, I am not a smooth streamer whatsoever. I am getting practice now. I am going to get more practice when I resume my cigar box guitar tutorials. And I'm getting some practice becoming a better host on my husband's live stream. I don't know if you guys are aware. Um, if you like music and movie and synthesizers, and if you like to nerd out on all those things, you need to check out my husband's live stream, which is called Earworms. And it happens on Sundays starting at 7:15. My husband, yes. Oh, okay. All right. Lawrence is in the chat. People, the Wayfarer Project is my husband Lawrence, and you should definitely sub to his channel and check out his live stream. Earworms. It's fun. It is a casual and fun live stream, and we have some really nice interviews coming up soon. This Sunday we're gonna tackle the music of the movie The Dark Crystal. Um, but the week after that, we're going to interview a great instrument builder called the Flute Wizard, who's also on YouTube. So yeah, please follow the Wafer Project, my husband Lawrence, on. That would help us out a lot, by the way. Again, one of our goals is to become income independent as artists, making a living as artists, creating things. And that's why we're both on YouTube. So you're helping me and him when you subscribe to both of our channels. So that, please, 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 if you're not subscribed to the Wafer Project, go and check out his content. And if it's your vibe, sub. Do I plan to get into electronics? Well, it depends on what type of electronics. I'm always working on some audio. Well, as you've seen, I have a lot of audio electronic videos. My next audio electronic video is going to be the improvement of the piezo preamp. And now I have a dedicated playlist just to the videos that I produce about the piezo preamp and the improvements I'm making to it. So that'll be one of the next electronic projects I get into. But really, I won't get into that until I finish this project. And this is only the beginning of the landscape lighting hack project. And again, for those of you who are not familiar with what I'm doing here, I'm trying to convert landscape lights, which are going to light up the trees on my homestead, because I want to create an immersive outdoor venue for playing music and doing live streams and producing events and things like that. And I want to be able to control my landscape lights the way that I control stage lights. And what I'm going to do is hack those landscape lights and hook them up to a DMX decoder to be able to do that. The thing is, this decoder has been giving me issues, so we're troubleshooting it, getting it to work with what it was designed to work, an LED strip, to see if this is even working. If it isn't, I'm gonna have to get my hands on another decoder and basically start the project again. But all the troubleshooting that I've done with this decoder, whether it's working or not, has been valuable because I've learned more about LEDs in the process of troubleshooting uh, the the issues with this decoder. So I'm grateful for this experience. But in as far as electronics projects goes, Peter, what comes after this would be just the wiring of this system and the programming of the lights that are going to work with this system. And I will be sharing all of that information on YouTube. So if you're interested in getting into um, stage lighting, or if you've always wanted to be one of those guys that had that made turned their house into a light show for Christmas, this is basically what I'm doing. So stay tuned for those projects. But uh, I don't think of them as electronic projects per se. I'm just I'm These are just tools. Um, I'm not an engineer. I got into this technology because it helps me achieve what I want to achieve artistically. It's all about the art. It's not so much about the technology. No, I'm not an engineer, but I like working. Not it doesn't mean I don't like working with technology or with this technology, but it's all about a means to an end. What can I achieve with this technology? And so, basically, that's how I got into audio electronics, MIDI tech, DMX 512, and um, these different performing arts technologies. But it's never been because I had a hardcore interest in electronics or electrical engineering or electronics. It's just, you know, tools that help me achieve what I want to. I hope that answered your question. Kind of all over the place. But one cool project that I'm thinking of getting into in the future is maybe building a theremin, um, a cigar box theremin. Haha. To keep with my cigar box guitar theme. Um, and perhaps something that a lot of CBG artists do is they hack old radios and turn them into guitar amps. I want to do that too. So, anyway, let's get this cable tinned. I'm so glad that there are people in the live now. Now I have someone to talk to, and this stream isn't so awkward. So, thank you, Peter, for joining. And those of you who are watching, feel free to jump into the chat. Ask me questions, anything. It would be very helpful because me just streaming here, um, the beginning of this stream was very awkward. That's an understatement. Super awkward because there was no one here for me to chat with. All right. So, okay. Let's tin this thing. All right. Just heating up the end a little bit, getting a very small amount of solder painted on there. Heating just a little bit and getting a small amount of solder onto there. There we go. Cool beans. All right. Okay. So I did white, green. The next conductor on the strip is the red one. So let's go with that. Christmas red. There we go. Wow, really appreciate all of you who are here. Anyone else in working with LEDs this holiday season? Are any of you who are watching one of those people that creates cool light shows for Christmas? Let me know. Let me know. If you are, I know that this is all old hat to you. You have your decoders and, you know, everything that I'm discovering through this project, you already know. Okay. Now for the blue conductor. Wow, that's really interesting, Peter. Peter says, once you know about lighting, you could make acoustic panels with lights inside. In the 19th century, they used to make paintings with candles on the back, and the colors on the canvas looked magnificent. You know, that's a really interesting thing to do with LEDs. Hmm. And I'm wondering if there's anyone on YouTube recreating that art. Interesting, interesting. Thanks for sharing, Peter. I learn a lot when I come onto YouTube. I've learned so much from all of you who watch my videos and send me comments and send me. I mean, I've received detailed emails like books from you guys on how to do certain things and help, especially with the preamp. Oh my gosh, you guys are so great. Sell them to studios. You know, Peter, that may be an interesting way to make a little side income. You know, I don't know where my little creative business is going to take me in a few years, so I'm open to all possibilities, but basically, I want to make a living from being creative, and anything that will allow me to do that, I'll get into, you know. I am not opposed to making beautiful acoustic panels for studio. That would be pretty cool. But I gotta master some LED skills first, for sure. Working on it. Okay, now we're getting closer and closer to the moment of truth here. We gotta get the conductors together. So I tinned these and these, so I won't have to apply new solder. I just have to bring um, the conductors and cables together and then bring my soldering iron very carefully down on the conductors and make sure that um, no the solder doesn't merge with the neighboring conductor. And then I got to check for continuity, and then moment of truth will happen on camera. Will we be successful? I don't know. We'll see. Acoustic panels are a necessity in the studio, but they look mostly ugly. I agree, Peter. I've got a menagerie of very ugly panels in here. Yeah, it would be good and cool to look into that for my own studio as well. Definitely. Having a beautiful workspace is so underrated. It's important. Um, it's not just about being comfortable in the space, but having a space be inspiring. Having a beautiful workspace is so important, and that's something I'm also working towards. You know. All right. Power conductor. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Let me make sure that the longer conductor, I'm not soldering onto the um, longer conductor, because longer conductor needs to go into the DMX decoder, into their crimps. So here we go. That isn't working out. Okay. Okay. Hold the phone. Let's let it cool off a bit. I'll pull on it a bit to see if it's secure. And if it ain't, we gotta try again. Is this hot? No. Okay. This is secure. Yes. Okay. Now we can move on to the green conductor. Let me make sure it is. Yeah, green is next. All right. Okay. These conductors are so close together. It's so narrow, people. Um, and I don't want to bring. Let me get another piece of tape here to secure that together, so I could just bring the iron down. Does anyone have neighbors that do the house light show thing, where they have like lights synced up to music? Anyone have neighbors that do that? I know there are competitions nationwide for people that do this sort of thing. All right. Excuse me. All right. Okay. That was easy. Let's see what happened. Ah, sorry for all the weird noises, guys. I am just so close to my microphone right now in my room because it's in, or I should say, my office project studio mess is dusty, and moving things in and out of the garage from here, and so yeah, I gotta do a little bit of cleaning in here so I'm not so sniffly. I can't wait to have the garage workshop ready to go so I could just move some things out of here. Some things that should not be here are in here because I'm storing them in my little project studio for now, but I can't wait to get organized. Can't wait. Oh, hold the phone just a second. I'm getting a telephone call from my neighbor. I will be right back. Sorry, you couldn't hear any of that because I was muted. Um, I will be back in approximately 10 minutes, guys. I forgot that I had to deliver something to my neighbor. Um, and so I will be back in a few minutes. Just take a few minutes uh, of a break, and I will be right back to finish this troubleshooting. So sorry to interrupt this. Um, but I appreciate all of you who are here. Thank you so much, Chaito. I will be back. Oh, okay, I was muted. I'm so sorry about that, everyone. I apologize. I forgot that I had made this arrangement with my neighbor and that I had to take care of something with them. And yeah, very, very, very sorry about that. Um, be right back. Just a second. Okay, so everything resolved. And now I can get back to this project, turning on my light again. I'm gonna have to reignite my soldering iron here because I turned it off, of course, before I left for safety reasons. Turning it on, and it's ramping up again to 700 degrees Fahrenheit, which is where I like to solder with 6040 solder. Okay. All right. So I'd like to thank everyone who stayed on and waited. I know that interruption must have been extremely annoying, so I apologize. All right, here we go. Let's continue. Hopefully, we'll get everyone back for the conclusion of this troubleshooting session. All right, will this soldering onto the other side of the LED strip, which is what tech support suggested I do, make this work? And I am hoping that it will work because I'm just ready to move forward with the meat and potatoes of this project. Anyway, here we go. Next conductor that I need is the red. All right. Okay. All right. Sorry to be a little short of breath. I ran back here as quickly as possible. I knew I was going to lose people on the way, but still wanted to keep as many of you here watching as possible. All right, here we go. Gonna tape this down and just bring the solder down, the iron down. Okay. Okay, iron is ready to go. Here we go. Oh, and now my cat is tapping on my window so I can let him in. I'm gonna have to let him in. Hold on. Hold on again, people. The Joe's tapping on the window. Okay, I am back. Sorry for that interruption. That's happened on my streams before. Um, right behind my computer monitor, there is a window, and my cat's know when I'm in my office, and when they want to come back into the house, they tap on the window, letting me know that they want to come in. They want to be let in. And if I ignore them, they will start yelling and screaming, and you would be able to hear them on the microphone. And I'm using a short shotgun mic. That's how loud they can get with their tapping and scratching and going, let me in. So, yeah, I just let Joser back in, and now we are ready to continue work. Now, I think that if I am seeing things correctly, I've joined two contacts together. I could be wrong. Maybe, maybe not. I'll be able to double check with my multimeter in just a second after I get the last conductor on. We shall see. Hopefully not. That is going to be, because if I did get two contacts to merge via solder, then that will be a bit difficult to fix. All right, but let's see what happens. Blue conductor, let's go. Why did I put that on? I don't need it just yet. Blue conductor. All right. Let me keep it towards the outside. I hope they're not merged. We shall see. I don't know until I check with the multimeter. Is that the contacts on these strips are so narrow. All right, let's give that a shot. Let's see what happens, and let's give that a shot. Okay, for sure that merged. Let's see if I can fix that. See what I can. Let me see what I can do to fix a merged contact. Maybe I could melt this last contact a bit and get it to run this way. Let's see if that works. I don't know if that's going to work. We shall find out. Or is it? Or is it making contact? Yeah, it is. It is, so okay, maybe I'll just desolder and find a way to remove some of the solder from that last contact. There's just too much solder applied to the board. Not the board, but the tape. Here. So I'm just trying to clean out some of the solder. Alright, and I think what I can do is make sure. Okay, I got an idea. Make sure that these contacts do not come into contact. Well, they still technically could. Alright. Maybe I could keep this folded over so that there's no way that they would contact each other. That's a possibility. I'm going to try that, because if I heat this up a little more, I could ruin it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 'Cause I don't want to. 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 I don't want to Yep, a magnifying glass would help here, Peter. You are absolutely correct. I have some on my helping hands, but I don't want to stop the process again to go and get them. I think these are no longer making any contact. Let's do something like, this is not exactly conventional what I'm doing, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Because really, this is just to conduct a test. But you are absolutely right, Peter. Magnifying glass would be helpful in this case. And yeah, again, my helping hands do have one, but they're so helping hands that I have are cheap and flimsy, and they just are more trouble than actually soldering the way that I'm working with now. I need to shop around for some good quality helping hands with magnifier and lights. So, okay, I'm gonna try to be quick here. Try to be quick. I wouldn't call that a triumph, but if it works, it works. Okay. Now it's time for the multimeter test. And here is where I can also check to see if my contacts are nicely separated or not. So let me tape that down there. Let me angle this in a way where you guys can see things better. Let me move you back a little bit. Move this whole rig backward. This whole setup backward. Okay. Very messy, very messy. But I'm just too much in a hurry to get this tested. So hopefully multimeter will tell me that my soldering was good enough, just good enough to get this tested. Let's see. Let's go. All right. Oh, Joser. My cat's in here, guys. He surprised me because he was right behind my chair. And I turned around to grab my multimeter and he was there. Yes, Pooch. How are you, Pooch? You guys hear that? That's Joser. You're a good Pooch. Yes. You can sit there. You can sit there, my boo. All right. I'm going to set this guy to check for continuity. I'm going to switch him on to this setting right here. Okay. Bring these two together. And when you hear a beep, there's continuity. Okay. Let's start guess I should detach that so it's easy to measure. Let's start with the power cable. Mm. And I have to come in here. One. Okay, we got continuity with power. Let's see if we got continuity with green. Making sure these are not. I got continuity with green. No continuity with the neighboring cable, which is good. Good. Let's try red. Got continuity. Good, I don't got continuity with the neighboring cable. That's excellent so far. And got continuity with blue. And I don't got continuity with the neighboring cable, which is fantastic. Oh my goodness. Now we approach the moment of truth, everyone. Now it's time to crimp these into output 1 of the DMX decoder. Now, before I do that, I'm going to turn on the decoder and check to see that both power supplies are feeding the decoder because the crimps on the power supplies are faulty. For sure they're faulty, and sometimes one power supply is feeding but the other one isn't, so I have to check each individually and make sure that both produce the show me the indicator light here. So yeah, and then after I've confirmed that both power supplies are feeding the decoder, then we can do our crimps here, and then we can turn on the decoder and see if we get a red light. Again, I already have the dip switches set to a function where the LED strip should produce a solid, unchanging red light. Okay, let's see what happens. Setting my multimeter behind me. And let me check the power supply situation for a moment. I really turn the microphone this way. I really dislike this crimp on system. I would just rather solder straight onto the board so that I know that I have solid connections. Don't like this crimping business at all. Oh, turning off my iron to make sure I don't mess with anything around here. Okay. Okay, this side. Let's see if we're giving it power. Okay, we're not getting power from one side. I'm going to have to finagle and jiggle the power supply. So, again, okay, now I'm getting power. I guess in messing with the cable down here, it made these crimp systems, I really dislike them. even if this decoder ends up working, I don't think I'll purchase another one with this crimping system. Especially for the power supply end. All right. Yeah. No power. You see how I had to jiggle the cable to get the crimps to make contact with the conductors on the board. I sound like a broken record, but I really, really dislike these crimping inputs and outputs. Dislike them. All right, let's try the other side. Let's see if the other side is still working, and if it is, we're golden. Other side is still working. They should have two indicators so that I can see whether both are feeding the decoder at the same time. But no, that's why I have to check each power supply individually because they don't have an individual Peter, that's a good question. And Peter's asking for those who are watching in the replay, could you move it a bit to see the backside of the DMX? I don't want to move it right now because, again, the crimps that are holding the power supply cables are very faulty. And so if I move my decoder, I'll have to play around with the power supply to make sure. I mean, ultimately, if this decoder is working, Peter, I'm gonna have to open this up anyways and solder straight onto the board, solder the power supply cable straight onto the board, and whatever LEDs I'm using straight onto the board, and not use these crimps because they are faulty. I moved the decoder just a little bit, and then the power supplies contacts are not touching the conductors on the board. It's really, really annoying. So sorry. Yeah, the inside screws are not tight for sure. Some of these crimp screws are loose. Yeah, there's some opening may be inevitable, but I just want to know for now, is this working? Is it worth I just want to know if it's working for now. But I will give you a shot of the backside after the test is done so you could see what the backside of the decoder looks like for sure. All right, so I'm turning off and I'm plugging the making sure that both power supplies are working. Are we on? We're not getting power because I moved something slightly. You see that? Faulty crimps. I am so annoyed right now. Hey, Cloudface, welcome. Yep. Now, Cloudface, you just came in on the most tedious part of this test. One of the confirmed problems that I'm having with this decoder are the crimps that clamp down on the power supply's cables. And I constantly have to be jiggling them to make sure that they're making contact with the board underneath. And if you move the decoder slightly, you could, I mean, it it could it's very possible that this alone is what's causing when I go to turn on the decoder, any movement cause the contacts on the power supply to come off, and that's why the decoder isn't working. So again, but we're running this test, and if 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 I'm not getting any results either way, I'm gonna open this. And the next test would be to solder straight onto the board. And if it fails to work after I solder the power supply and the LEDs straight onto the board, then this DMX decoder was defective or is defective, and I need to purchase another one. So, okay. All right, let's plug in the other one. Okay. All right, I think both power supplies now are currently feeding the decoder. I'm going to turn off the power strip it's on so that I can work with the crimps here. All right. So, let's see. Okay, here we go. All right. Yes, what a riveting stream you guys all came into. Cloudface asks, "What is a DMX decoder?" Well, Cloudface, well, let me ask you a question first. Do you know what DMX 512 is? Because if you already know that, that'll save me from giving you a lecture that you don't want. I'm not sure how much of a delay is on the stream. Nope. Okay. I will explain. No worries. By the way, because my goal, excuse me, sorry about that, all these weird noises that happen through live. You can see why I like producing fixed videos. I'm so much better at producing nicely scripted, nicely edited videos. But watch time is what I need on my channel so that I can be here full time producing on YouTube. That's what I want to do. Make an independent living as an artist, and YouTube is one of the best platforms for that. But anyway, this will help my watch time. So Cloudface, I'll explain, but something that you can do is after the live, whenever you have time, go to my stage lighting and projection mapping playlist. And I have some tutorials about how to wire up stage lights and how to program stage lights on there, because that's what DMX 512 technology is. DMX is the MIDI for lighting systems. It works just like MIDI, where you have a master device and a bunch of interconnected musical devices, and you can control all of the interconnected musical devices from the master device. And so in a DMX 512 system, the DMX operator or the light mixer is the master device. And perfect. Okay. All right. So now all you have to do when you're working with a regular stage light is connect the stage light to your DMX operator. Easy. Because the stage light has a microcontroller it that talk that that gives it the ability to talk to the lighting mixer. But LED strips cannot accept DMX information. LEDs are controlled via pulse width modulation signals, and regular LED strips don't come with a microcontroller that talks to DMX operators, the lighting mixer. So if you wanted, for example, to do what a lot of cool people out there do and make musical shows, make your house into a big musical show with LED strips for Christmas, you're going to need to hook up your lights. If you want to control your LED light strips with a lighting mixer, you have to connect your LED strips to a DMX decoder. The DMX decoder is then the thing that communicates with your light mixer. And that's how you can control your LED light strips with a regular stage light mixer. So that's what this thing does. Now, the thing is, ultimately, I don't want to control LED strips. What I want to do is um, make an outdoor performance venue by having the ability to control landscape lights with DMX technology. And since landscape lights are not DMX compatible, the only way to get them to work with a light mixer is by hacking them and connecting them to a DMX decoder. So that's the ultimate goal of the project. But the thing is, I've been having problems with my DMX decoder, so I'm checking to see if this is a working decoder by hooking it up to what it's designed to work with, which is LED light strips. And so that's what we're about to test now. Are these LED light strips? Is this decoder going to be able to talk to these LED light strips? I've already set this guy to put out a red light. So as soon as I plug these into the output here and turn them on, all of these LEDs should turn red. And if they don't, my decoder is not sending pulse width modulation signals to my LEDs. And therefore, the next step after that would be to open up these decoders, solder straight onto it. And if that doesn't solve all of the problems, then the decoder is totally faulty and I'm going to have to purchase a new and better decoder. So, but one thing is certain, whether this thing ends up working or not, I will never purchase another decoder with these crimps on them. I know that there are decoders that I can solder straight onto and make secure connections to. I don't like these crimping systems. They're just not reliable. Anyway, I hope that made sense, Cloudface. Please, anyone, please feel free to submit questions in the chat. I'm looking at the chat right now. And again, to learn more about stage lighting and DMX 512, check out my playlist, my stage lighting and projection mapping playlist. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Where do I have? Okay. I was like, where are my screwdrivers? Here they are. Here they are. My pleasure, Cloudface. My pleasure. Multimedia tech is fun. I love it, except when we have to do some tedious troubleshooting. But as I said early in the stream, I've learned a lot about LEDs during this troubleshooting process. So all of this, whether this is working or not, was a valuable experience. All right. And so I'm going to try to screw these in without moving this at all. Because if I move this a tiny bit, then these crimps will lose contact with my power supplies, which would be very, very annoying. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're going to get the V plus conductor in first. Some riveting television here, folks. All right. All right. And I promise, after this experiment, I will show you the back of the decoder, Peter, so you could see what's going on there. I'm just afraid to move it at this point. And thanks for everyone watching the stream. Your watch time is so valuable to my channel. You all have no idea. Anyone else here also trying to build up a YouTube channel? What's interesting about these crimps is this is very funny. But what's interesting about these crimps is if you go in one direction, you can't just it'll crimp down, but you can't assume that the neighboring crimp works in the same way. I hate crimping systems. I dislike them a lot. Anyway, there was a point in my yes, we know, Wayfair Project, that you are trying to build up a YouTube channel. Guys, for those of you who are not aware, the Wayfair Project is my husband, Lawrence. And he can really use your subs by now because he, unlike me, has plenty of watch time for top tier monetization, but not enough subs. I have the opposite problem. So you can help us both out if you desire. It's not a requirement. Go check out his channel. He's got a lot of good tutorials on some very interesting musical software. And he also has a very entertaining live stream series called Earworms on there. This is not an entertaining series. His series is entertaining. He has he brings on artists. Can Mister, can you put your link into the chat? Peter wants a link, if you don't mind. Thank you, Peter. I really appreciate that. We both really appreciate that. So his recent and his streams are very casual, very fun, very entertainment oriented. Yes. Cloudface, he does cover VCV Rock. Yes. Yep. Very powerful piece of software that is. But okay, there's the link, Peter. If is traumatizing, VCV Rock is traumatizing. It's a complicated, well, it looks complicated. Give it a chance. It's like with any new software, it takes some time to get into it, um, to become fluid with it, but it's a powerful, powerful music making tool. I think he's also going. Mister, are you going to get into Bitwig tutorials as well? I don't know. Bitwig is a Linux based DAW that is very similar to Ableton. You use Pigments? I don't know Pigments. I got to check it out. Got to check it out. But yeah, that's not one I've heard of. But in any case, he talks about the movie music. Lauren says, I will be starting Bitwig Studio shortly. It is also for Windows and Mac. Oh, I thought it was only a Linux DAW. Okay, no, it's also a Windows and Mac DAW. Very cool. By Arturia. Okay, that's a name that I know. Cool. I do gotta check them out. Always looking for new plugins that are interesting to play around with for sure. All right. Plugins and synths and Peter has a question for you, Lawrence. He's asking, does Bitwig support Max DSP? Okay. And while he's typing out the answer, I am crimping as if my life depended on it. All right. Okay. Now that crimp feels secure, so I'm going to leave it alone. Peter, he says, I don't know, I can look quick. He shall get an answer for you. I need to start exploring new DAWs as well, gentlemen. I am just, ladies and gentlemen, I really do need to explore new DAWs. Before, up until recently, I was doing all of my recording, mixing, and even mastering stuff in Adobe Audition, and I loved it. It did have a limitation. It was not MIDI capable. So what I would do is produce all of my MIDI stuff or stuff that, control all of the synths that I wanted to control MIDI wise in either Cakewalk or in Reason, and then bounce those recordings and bring them into my audition projects. Peter, Lawrence says you need to use Max for Live Bridge. MSP, no, DSP. DSP is what it does, I guess. Well, in any case, I lost access to Adobe Audition because I had access to it because I worked for a school, and that school went out of business, and the subscription to Audition is very expensive. And so I'm currently working. You just just doing recordings and very basic mixing in a Cakewalk by BandLab, but it's a little clunky. And I've been meaning to get into Ableton Live because, you know, it's well integrated with Max MSP. And I've been working with Max for years, so that would be, you know, the most natural DAW to get into. So, yeah, yep. And I've heard great things about Ableton. Great things. I've always used Max as a standalone, so I don't know Ableton. But I've been meaning to explore it because I do need a better DAW than what I'm using now. Anyway, okay, let's get back to crimping. All right. All right. Getting the... Hey, welcome, George. You've thought... Oh, have I thought about trying PreSonus? I have not. Is it affordable? That's my only issue, because I loved George. I loved Audition. I would not have even with the MIDI limitation. I got around it without a problem. I would have stayed with Audition, but it just became the subscription. There's no way I could handle that subscription. I can't justify that subscription cost. So, but yes, if it's affordable, I'll definitely look into PreSonus. I've not tried Splice Cloudface. Are any of these that you guys are throwing out freeware by any chance? Probably not, but it's worth asking. All right, crimping the green. All right. So when you bought the interface, George, it came with the DAW? $100 isn't bad. Have rent to own plans for Bitwix. T-Base Pro 14. You guys are giving me a lot to think about. All right. So, yeah, I gotta look into that because right now I'm using a very clunky DAW. 16 a month. That's not bad considering all things. I'm trying to limit the number of subscriptions I'm having. I mean, we've cut down our costs immensely so that I can be home more and not work so much so that I can, build up my little business faster. So we're we're trying to keep our subscription costs and just all costs down. But again, Cakewalk Cakewalk is just not supported well enough. Not anymore. I know that Band Lab had big plans for Cakewalk, and it might have fallen. Their plans might have fallen off. They have an interesting AI mastering service if you need to get a quick and dirty master done. It's browser based. They're not a bad organization. It's just Cakewalk itself is a clunky DAW. Hmm. I'll have to check out. I'll have to go back in the chat, take notes so that I can look at all these suggestions when. Yeah, agreed, Peter. Lots of DAWs for different needs. That's 100% true. I just had everything between Max MSP and Adobe Audition. I had everything I needed for the creative activities I was involved in, or I am involved in. Okay, green crimp seems to be secure. Looks can be deceiving though. We shall see. All right, and this yellow is for the blue conductor. Oh, Peter, Audition. Well, I used to I used to do a lot of I used to document concerts a lot for the places that I worked for, and a lot of the recordings that I had to work with were not clean. They were not recorded in a controlled environment, usually in a live performance setting. And Adobe Audition had excellent, excellent, excellent audio cleanup tools, the best in the business. Cloudface. Reaper is a good DAW. I've heard of Reaper. Haven't checked it out though. Again, I gotta sit down and take notes here from the chat, so I have a list of things to look at when I sit down and think about purchasing a DAW. I'm hoping, George, that when I turn this on, I could say, "Let there be light." All right. Oh, wait. See this blue conductor crimp is not cooperating. Let's get this working. Blue conductor, please. Please. Let's go. Okay, it seems secure. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of truth. I'm going to turn on my power supply. I have my dip switches set to built-in function red. If these LEDs do not turn red, then I will need to open up this decoder and solder straight onto the board. And if that doesn't resolve the issue, then this indeed is a faulty DMX decoder. Oh, Peter. So mainly restoration work? No. I would have to clean up each recording, mix and master, and it was usually documentations of concerts. Turn off the main lights first. Well, if I see that it's working, I will let you enjoy the beauty of the red. Um, Let me turn this. Okay, let's just pull the band-aid off. I'm gonna turn this thing on. You should see a red light. When you see the power go on here, you should also see red lights coming from here. Let's go. Let's see what happens. All right. Shall there be light? There is no light. There is no light. There is no light. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. It's on, Peter. It's on. I should be seeing a red light. There isn't. There is no red light. Um, I don't think, well, I don't know. The only thing to do next is to solder straight onto this, is to open up this decoder and solder straight onto the contacts, because either both power supplies are not feeding the decoder, and it could be because these crimps here, it could be that these crimps here are faulty. You saw that they were faulty before. They are faulty. So maybe one is feeding the decoder, but not the other. And tech support said that they both need to be feeding the decoder. Yeah, Cloudface. Ugh. Why I oughta. Exactly. If there is power at the leads, there. I think I would have to open this anyways to get the common, because the the negative side of the of the circuit isn't accessible here. So if I'm gonna check the signal, I have to open this. I'm gonna have to open this up anyways. But tech support was incorrect as far as, well, we don't know, because this output wasn't feeding this side and it's not feeding this side. So it's definitely, well, not definitely, maybe a contact problem. If this decoder isn't just completely fried and it's just a contact issue, then soldering straight onto the board should solve the problem. All right, so can I check the voltages on my wires? I don't have access to the common, so I don't think I can do that unless I open this up and access the common in the in the decoder itself. Unless you guys know something that I don't, please let me know in the chat if there's a way that I can use my multimeter to check for pulse width modulation without having a, without opening this thing. Oh, I'm so annoyed. This is supposed to be plug and play, but it ain't. It ain't. It ain't. Okay, So here's what I can do. I'm gonna ask you guys. I can, if it depends on what you all think. I can attempt to hack this now and solder straight onto this now. Or do you guys think that I should contact tech support and send them my findings and wait to see what they ask me to do? At this point, I think tech support, I don't know. I think they're throwing suggestions at the wall and not really addressing um, the issues that I've presented in the emails. Yeah. If that is a serial port on the back of it, the outside of the connector is ground. Let me show you what's on here, George. Maybe you can guide me on this. All right. Okay. Oh, I guess I don't have to do that to move things around. Okay, so what we got here. Oh my gosh. Did you see that? In moving that, one of the screws from the crimps popped out. Wires from power supply. I was just able to pull them out. Oh my gosh, I dislike these crimping systems so much. So much. Dislike them. People, I am almost half convinced that it's just a very simple issue. It's a contact issue, that these crimps aren't making great contact with the board inside. Okay, so I'm gonna show you the ports that are on this thing, and you guys can tell me. By the way, when I say guys, it's like you guys. It's an androgynous term. For me, I grew up in the 90s. Guys encompasses everybody. All right, here. Here. All right, let me show you what's on this. All right. So here are, and you know what? I don't even know where that screw from the power supply crimp. I don't see where it went. I'm gonna have to go searching for that. All right, so these are the, excuse me. These are the inputs for the power supplies. And I was told that both power supplies need to be connected for the decoder to work. There are 24-volt power supplies that work in tandem. So I just have the power and the plus and minus from these power supplies to crimp in there. Yeah, kind of like y'all. Yes. Exactly. I'm getting used to hearing y'all more. Lawrence, and well, I was born and raised in Miami, and I moved to North Florida, and y'all's a thing up here. Very charming. Very charming the way people speak up here. For me, it's unusual, but it's charming. Okay, so that's the inputs for the power supplies, and here are the inputs for the LED strips. Well, I was using this side here, the power RGB V plus, and these here are the inputs and outputs for the DMX device. This is just for the data cable that talks to the DMX operator or the lighting mixer. So I don't think that, would there be a way without opening this to check the pulse width modulation signals here with a multimeter? Does anybody know in the chat? Anything I could try? Any suggestions? I'm willing to try anything at this point. One thing for sure, I will never buy a decoder with crimps again. It's got to be a bare board, and I can solder straight onto it. Yeah, but I don't think we have a serial connector to work with. Grr. DMX out, ground. Well, you know what, George? The ground is common to the entire circuit. So there is access to the ground here on the DMX in and DMX out. Hey, Adam, welcome. Welcome to my troubleshooting nightmare. Adam, I'm going to cry here. All right. So, George, you've given me an idea. No, that's my cat Joser in the back. He wants my attention. I'm using stranded wire. These are 20 gauge cables, but they're stranded wire, George. Do you think that's an issue? Give it better bite. You know, I tried that. I tried that in I didn't show that in my troubleshooting, in my earlier troubleshooting videos, but I tried that. And these, for an example, these crimps are just so weak. I mean, they'd come loose. They'd come loose. And so I think your idea, I don't have a serial port, but I think I can use the common ground in the DMX in or out to check to see if I'm getting a pulse width modulation signal here, maybe. Probe the terminals. All right. Okay. Stay right there, George. Let me put the power supply, crimp them back in, and we'll use a multimeter to see if I was told by a friend that I can use both DC and AC settings on a multimeter to check for pulse width modulation signals. I don't know. I've never done it. I'm taking his word for it, so let's give it a shot. The only thing I'm confused about is where do I where do I insert the terminals? I'm guessing um, the common, and correct me if I'm wrong, people. If you know, let me know. I can use the only access to the common on the board from the DMX in and out on the decoder, and then use the signal cable in one of the RGB. I don't know. I do not know. I do not know. Or maybe the V plus. I've never used a multimeter this way, so you guys can guide me. Let's give it a shot. At this point, I'm ready to open this up, and if I break it, I break it. And so, here we go. But a friend of mine who was checking out my videos said, yeah, the terminals on the crimps on these DMX decoders are notorious for being shoddy. And so I'm guessing it's just a simple contact issue. All of this, all of these weeks and weeks and hours of troubleshooting all comes down to an annoying contact issue. Can the multimeter measure frequency? Can it? Let me see. It can measure, I don't think so, Peter. It could measure voltage variations. At least the multimeter I have is not a multimeter with the oscilloscope built in, although maybe I should invest in one of those. But I could at least read to see if there's voltage variation happening. But my friend also told me, his name is Joe. Joe, if you're lurking, let me know. He also told me that I can measure pulse width modulation signals with DC. The thing is, I don't know where to stick the terminals to measure it because I don't got like, this is signal, this is ground, or kind of clearly cut out here. Or maybe I do, I just don't know enough. Again, guys, I'm not an engineer. I'm just a musician that got into multimedia tech and started tinkering and learning stuff by doing research and trial and error. So I'm learning a lot from you guys. I've learned a lot from everyone who's watching my YouTube channel. Made so much progress with my preamp. Have new things to try for my piezo preamp, and I got a lot of help from Joe. Again, Joe, if you're lurking, thank you, and feel free to join the chat. I'm learning a lot about just electronics in general from my friend Joe, who watches my videos. Usually just voltage resistance and amperage. Yeah, I got one of those basic multimeters, but I think if I could just see a voltage happening, I know that a pulse width signals being produced. But guys, I'm so bummed. So bummed. I was hoping that this tech support fix was it. Look, so upset I desoldered this thing just by upset fiddling with this. Yikes. Okay. Peter. Okay, let me bring my multimeter up because I'm getting good instructions from you guys here. Let's do this. Wait. Gotta connect the power supplies up again. Okay, hold the phone. Hold the phone, people. Let me connect the power supplies again because of these. And I lost a crimp. I lost a screw for the crimp. Okay, let me try to find it and get it back in. Or no, you know what? I'll just hold the contact and insert the pins from the multimeter. Let me see what you guys are saying. Multimeter. Okay. But it can at least tell you if there's data traveling over the lines. Okay. Most newer multimeters frequency as well. Yeah, I definitely need one of those multimeters, Peter, that have a built-in oscilloscope in there. This is what I got. It's a basic $7 multimeter, George. I will check that out, Adam. Definitely need to upgrade to something more versatile, for sure. Okay. Okay, so Peter, Peter says, okay, set it to voltage, then start by putting the negative lead of the multimeter to the ground and the positive to the positive lead out. Peter, are you referring to, would all of the V plus, you mean? Let's try it. Oh, just a bad joke. Yeah, sorry, Adam. That went over my head. You'll have to explain that to me sometime. Okay, Peter. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's try this, Peter. You guys are better than tech support. All right. Let's do this thing. Voltage in DC. Gotcha, Peter. Yes. Okay, and I'm guessing I'm gonna put it on DC 200 because this is a 24-volt power supply. I can't get any finer or closer than that. All right. All right, so I got multimeter in the right setting, in the DC setting. And again, I'm working with a 24-volt power supply. And I gotta hook up my power supplies again. So annoying. Sorry, Peter. Let me go ahead and do that quickly. In just moving this thing, I mean, one of the pins from the crimp popped out. Ah, so annoyed. Look, and you see that these are the strands from the cables of my power supply are so straight because I've probably worked hard in them a lot because I've tried folding them over and twisting them and trying all different matters of ways to get them to stick in the crimps in there. And again, I dislike crimping. And I lost my screw. Oh, okay, no, there it is. There it is. Watch my cat jump up while I'm trying to do stuff here. It's usually Inga that does that type of stuff. Those of you who watch the Earworms live stream know Inga, my little calico. Yep, got that ready to go, George. I set it, I guess the finest setting I could get it on is 200 volts because it jumps from 20 volts to 200 volts, and these are 24-volt power supplies. So, yeah, I'm setting it to the next I'm setting it to a much higher setting than what it needs, for sure. Yeah, those screw crimps, Adam says, those screw crimps are not reliable with smaller gauges. You could solder thicker wires onto your leads, and the contacts will bite better. Um, the thing about these crimps, Adam, and is that the crimps themselves are loose. I've been fighting with these crimps, so I've tried all manners of things, and ultimately, what I'm gonna have to do to properly finish up this test is to open this up and solder straight onto the microcontroller. And if I ruin it, I ruin it. Right now, it's just useless anyway. The duty cycle of the output, no, I don't know. I don't know that. But maybe if I look up the pulse width modulation signals for DMX decoders, maybe that'll tell me. George says, I've had lots of freight wires in car audio. I normally tin the end of the wire to help it hold together. Yeah, that's a great technique. These at one point were tinned. And again, I've just been folding them over and doing all sorts of different things. I even, and it's just these crimps, they're faulty. Oh, how did I get that to open on my computer? Close. I don't want news right now. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see what the duty cycle of duty cycle. I'm doing a quick phone search here to not, mess with anything on OBS. I have some Jojo, you just ate. I have contacts are all playing the role of normally LED needs 2 wires, so I guess the color RGB contacts are all playing the role of the ground wire. Power. You're right about that, Peter. Yeah, because the V plus is the you know what? So the way this is set up looks like common anode RGB LEDs. Peter. Okay. Things have gotten simple now. Okay, Peter, thank you. Thank you all. I mean, you've all helped me brainstorm and yeah. So Peter, I think you're right. Where the V plus would be anode and all of these others would be the cathodes of individual LEDs. Wow, good call, Peter. I'm going to try that. Okay, so all right. So that means yeah, I got my DC setting. Definitely need a DC setting. V plus would be red. Black would be one of the colors, and we could see if if we're getting a DC signal on the multimeter. Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Um, all right. Make Adam says, if you're super frustrated, you can gently solder some lead wires onto the crimps and make old-fashioned splices away from the unit. I've done worse things. Very interesting idea, Adam. Cool beans. George. Yeah, I've had to solder wire leads for my power supply and use quick disconnects. Yeah, this thing is gonna have to be opened. But let's see if let's just do one more thing before I open this thing and trying to solder directly on. Let's see if we get a signal to out of the LED outs. Because if a signal's going out the LED outs, then and since I have it set up on red, I'd be testing the red, Peter, as you suggested. Yep. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for joining me here. This is probably the dullest live stream on YouTube, and you're all here trying to help me out with this. That is so nice. I appreciate all of you. Oh, George, thank you so much. It's my pleasure. I like tinkering and I like making videos, so YouTube is a perfect fit for me. And I like that there are so many people out there willing to share their knowledge for free. For free with me. So I look at this thing. These are so loose. And then this is the only crimp on the whole thing that's working properly. It's tight. But it's the only one that clamps down and doesn't move. But the rest, they could just pop out randomly. This is not the first time that this screw has come out of this crimp mechanism thing. I'm just gonna have to hold the power cable in and hope that I'm feeding the decoder from both power supplies. One thing for certain, I will never as great. I mean, the customer service, they get back to me, the tech support guys, they get back to me very quickly, but all the suggestions they've made at the time when I've received their suggestions, it's been like, that doesn't make sense, but I'll try it. And you guys, I think, have done a better job than tech support. The only thing that I did learn from tech, okay, I'm being totally unfair to tech support because they did educate me about voltage matching with power supply and LEDs. That's not something that I knew that I had to do. But so I did learn. I was unfair to tech support. I did learn something from them. But with everything else, it seemed like you're not really looking at the videos or the pictures that I'm sending you. So grr. I think ultimately it is a faulty contact issue. It's just, I bet you it's just going to be something that simple. Spent 2 weeks on something so simple. Could just soldered straight onto the board and be making oaks dance. All right. Here we go. It's always a mission reconnecting the power supply every time it gets disconnected because these wires are so stiff and these crimps don't work. You move things slightly and grr. Ow. Ouch. Oh, my light went off. Okay, I gotta get another battery inserted here, guys. Hey, Jojo. All right. All right. All right. This is probably going to be the most tedious and annoying part. I mean, this whole entire live stream has been probably tedious and annoying, but this is going to be the most tedious and annoying part because these crimps have never worked properly. All right, let's see if we can. And this was not an expensive decoder, but it should have been higher quality for what I paid for it. Definitely will not be including this in my affiliate links, even if it does end up working. It ended up working after hacking it and soldering straight onto it. I bet that's what the deal's gonna be. So I'll still be on the hunt for a good DMX decoder because I have a whole mess of oaks I want to light up, guys. This is a 24, how many channels? Yeah, this is a 24 channel decoder, but I have a ton of oaks, and each oak to light up on one side are going to need 2 landscape lights, and each light is going to be 3 channels. So I'm definitely going to need more than one. Peter says, since this is not a true RMS multimeter, it's very possible not to react at all. Depends on the duty cycle setting. Should be 100% for max brightness. Check also the dip switches. Yeah, I got the dip switches, Peter, to just put out a red light at maximum. So we should get a reading on the, I could switch it to green and blue easy, but I have it on a maximum brightness on a red function, on a built-in function for testing this thing. But definitely not going to go with this brand of decoder in the future. Even if I do get it to work, I cannot recommend this to other people. You see that? See it going down. Chomp on it, please. Okay, it's chomped in. Thank goodness. All right. This one. All of these, except for the last, have been problematic. Okay. That seems secure for now. Turned it on. Okay. That's secure. Okay. This one, oh, I should really see where that pin fell. Where are you, pin? Pin? Hello, hello. I saw it bounce this way. You know what? I'll just hold it in. I will just hold it in place. Not an issue, not a problem. Well, maybe it will be, but we don't know. Let's see. Wow, amazing. All right. I'm trying to get that crimp out of the way. It's not making contact with the right thing here. Trying to clumsily slide in the negative conductor here. Okay, I got them in. Okay. I'm definitely gonna need a coquito after this. I ain't gonna lie to you. Something delicious that's gonna make me happy. Oh, yes. Now, for those of you who are not in the know, a coquito is a traditional Cuban, well, Puerto Rican Cuban Christmas drink. It's kind of like our eggnog, except it's not eggnog. It's more delicious than eggnog. Has anyone in the chat had a coquito? All right. Let me unplug the other side. There's no pin in here, but I see that the negative wire here is making contact with the bottom. So if I don't move this, I should be able to turn it on and get a reading from it. Let me unplug the working side that I know is working. Okay, now it's working. And I can plug in the other side. Okay, let's see if we get a DC signal. And yeah, setting it to DC 200 because this is a 24-volt system and the lower setting would be too low. Well, the setting below 200 would be too low. All right. So I got to open these crimps. This is going to go in V+, and since the dip switches are set to put out red light, I'm going to put the cathode into the red. All right. Let me open those without moving the decoder. Wait. I'm dropping things. I'm such a mess right now. I'm gonna do this without moving the decoder. Oh, I moved it. I hope that didn't affect the power. Let's get the red. Let me open this up. Come on, come on, come on. Can I insert that from there? Is that all you're gonna do? Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, spam call. Okay. Let's see if we get a multimeter reading, everybody. Let's see what happens. Yes, let's probe this thing and see what it says. Probe, probe. Actually, let me turn off multimeter, insert probes first, and then turn them on. Okay. Gentlemen, I'm getting a 24.4 voltage reading. So, decoder is working. Decoder is working. I tried both sides of the RGB strip. I'm guessing it's just a contact issue between the RGB strip and the decoder. Yeah, I'm getting a reading. So on the strip, the positive wire. Okay. The positive wire is white. I've lined it up, and the conductors on the strip are labeled. So that's how I know where to solder the white cable onto. So I'm thinking that just these 20 gauge wires weren't fat enough to receive the voltage from the decoder. What do you all think? Ah, George, yes, celebration. Awesome. So a few of you have been telling me your cables are too thin. Do you think that that's what the issue is with these crimps? Is that our cables are too thin? No, that is not the problem. Have you tested the LED tape separately? Just Yes, I have, Adam. If you guys go to my, whatchamacallit, um, I forgot the name, to my playlist, I've been documenting the, whatchamacallit, the troubleshooting process. And, after soldering wires onto my LED strip to test the LED strip itself to make sure that it was a working LED strip, I reconnected it to its original microcontroller and its original power supply, and it works. Yeah, George, that's what the tech support people told me was the problem, that I was giving it that that I was using the wrong side of the LED strip. They told me it was a polarity problem. But then again, I soldered cables onto the other end of the strip. Um, and I saw that there was an indicator that, yeah, the current is supposed to flow this way, and it still wasn't working. So I'm guessing, I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, George, to confirm, yeah, that's what tech support told me, and they told me I was using the wrong end of the strip. But did the soldered the cables onto the other end of the strip, put them in, and we didn't get any red light. So I'm guessing it's my choice of cables. I don't know. What do you all think? Again, I've been using a bad wire or a bad contact. Yeah, so many variables. So many variables. Well, the thing is, I can hook this up back to its original power supply. The LED strip works. And I don't know how. That's why I was skeptical about the polarity issue. Um, whether I had the polarity wrong, because this is the input that goes into the original microcontroller and power supply that send these guys their pulse width signals, and it works. And this is what I hooked up to the decoder before I tried today's soldering to try the other side, because again, tech support told me it was a polarity issue, that I had it hooked up backwards, or not backwards, but on the wrong side of the tape. But have you measured any of the other output terminals? No, that would be a good thing to check, because it should be sending um red, should be getting a signal for all the red. Oh, turn this off. Okay, this is stuck. Don't get stuck, please. Okay. It's worth checking the other output terminals anyways. The original voltage, so I bought this this LED strip, after they told me that the original strip I was working with was not voltage matched to the power supply, so I bought, this is a 24-volt LED strip, and its power supply um, is basically are the same as these here. So this is a 24-volt LED strip, and yeah, it works with its original power supply and microcontroller. I could set that up for you guys now if you guys want to see that. But and um their polarity comment threw me off because it worked on the side that I was originally using. This was the side that originally plugged into the microcontroller and power supply. And this is the side that I decided to use with the decoder, and I got nothing. But it's good to check the other output terminals, George. You are correct. I should double check that. All of this is on, again, this is on a pre-programmed test function. All of these red channels should be active now. So let's check. Okay. I turned off the multimeter and I'm inserting these again. It's not quite wide enough. But I don't know. I'm guessing it's a contact issue. That is what I'm guessing, gentlemen. But multimeter is getting signal, but these have pretty robust contacts on them, so maybe it's the cables that I'm using. I don't know. I do not know. But maybe it's not for PWM, that LED strip. Well, the thing is, Peter, that brightness on all LEDs that use a microcontroller are controlled with PWM signals. So that when you use a remote on these things, that's the type of signals they're getting. So what the decoder basically does is convert DMX into PWM, which is what these strips work with. But at least that is the standard from what I understand. Again, I could be mistaken. Could be mistaken. Let me see here. Going. Okay. Yeah. All the red outputs are working 24.4 volts. So the decoder's working. The decoder's working. And just to confirm, I'm gonna put the cathode into another one. If I insert the cathode lead into G or B, I shouldn't get anything from my multimeter. Turning it off. Yeah, that's what I'm going to check now, Peter. Green and blue. I shouldn't be getting any signals from green and blue when I move the cathode or the the multimeter probe that's reading cathode because I'm not sending any signals to the blue LEDs at this time. So let's test that. Yeah. Come on. Ah, this probe is getting stuck. Oh no. Come on out. There we go. All right. Let's go into the, let's see, this green crimp is, okay, no, it's not broken. It's not broken. It just looked loose. Okay. So again, I have this on a red function. I should not be getting a reading from my multimeter in this green output. So let's see. All right. No. It's a working. It's a working. Not sending anything to green. And that's what it's showing. It's not sending any of the green LEDs any power. It's not. This is a working decoder. People, I think it's a contact problem with the cables that I've chosen and the crimps. What do you think? That's what I think right now. What do you think? I wish I knew how to make a poll. Agree, strongly disagree. Can I make a poll? How do I make a poll on YouTube? Does anyone know how to do that? Mister, do you know how to make a poll on YouTube? I'm gonna put out a poll. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you so much, guys, for helping me with this troubleshooting. You know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, as with all the other troubleshooting videos, I'm going to nicely edit it so it's the information is out there in a more concise way for anyone who's interested. I mean, a lot of good information is in the chat as well, so this live has value because of the chat as well. But I'll have a nicely edited version for people who just want some quick information. Okay, so Lawrence says that there's a way for me to release a poll here. And then I can see what the majority of the chat thinks. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Okay. Ooh, if I tap on my keyboard, will that throw off OBS? I hope not. Let's see. Okay. How do I word this question? Peter Pepper says, there's no way that the LED strip worked before in the reverse and now should work again. Go back to the old cables you soldered. I agree with that, Peter. Yeah, I think tech support was just throwing stuff at the wall at this point. Yeah, George, I agree. I'm going to put that up. Do you think my DMX 5 Okay. I put out a poll, everyone. And the question is, do you think my DMX 512 decoder is working? My vote is, can I vote too? I'm going to vote yes. And then I'm going to run a second poll to see what you guys think the problem could be. Yeah, George, I also wish I had another set of LED strips I could test. I just don't have, I have a few, but not with the right voltage. Not with the right voltage. So, okay. All right, I think everybody agrees that the decoder works. All right. Let's see, what other... Start a poll. Let's have another poll. Now, if you guys are interested in the stage lighting and projection mapping playlist, you could see my last video. In the video, my last video shows shows this LED strip working with its original microcontroller and power supply. So, so I know that, yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is supposed to be receiving stuff. I could even hook it up for you guys and you guys can take a look at it. But okay. What should we vote on? Okay. Question is, do you think I guess this question is not will not make any sense until I show you guys that this LED strip is working, right? Oh, yikes. Sorry about that. I knew that typing would send this thing off into another scene it's not supposed to be in. Let me show you this. Let me show you guys that this LED strip is in fact working. All right, so we got this is original microcontroller, and I got my 24-volt power supply because these are 24-volt LEDs, and again, you know, yeah. Well, Peter, in the last video, um, I showed that these LEDs were working, and that the cables I soldered onto the thing had continuity. So that was in my other video, but I can do that here live. Why not? Why the heck not? I'll show you guys. These LEDs are working and I did test them. Ah! Okay, let me show you. Okay. And here is How dare you miss the voting, Adam? Shame on you. Here is the remote control that goes with this thing. Now, since I soldered leads onto the plug that is supposed to go into the microcontroller, in my last video, I used sewing pins to connect these up again. So I'll show you. Let's do it. Okay. All right. I'm going to plug this guy in, have him ready to go. All right. I'm going to be very careful not to move this guy. So if things are not properly framed, is because I'm avoiding moving this. Because a little motion will disconnect my power supplies from here. That's how awful these crimps have proven to be. All right. So sorry, I missed the voting. But you gave them 24 volts in the reverse. They could be fried now. Peter, you may be right. Grr. Grr, grr, grr. Well, we're going to test them. We're going to test them in the same way that I tested them last week after I soldered onto the LEDs. So let's go for it. Let's go for it. If these are indeed currently fried, this pack came with another spool of LED strip, so I could just use that. Okay. All right, here we go. Pins, 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 pins. Kids, don't try this at home. All right. So I'm going to insert these pins into the output of the LED microcontroller here. Yes. Yeah, I got these for cheap and they came with a spare roll, which was very nice. And yeah, but before I bust out the spare roll, I just want to check to see if I did ruin these by sending them stuff from the other end as tech support recommended. I do. Even though I told them that they were working with their original power supply from this end that I soldered onto. Again, you guys can check out my videos. Like, it's confirmed this was working. Anyway. Okay, so here we go. I got some alligator pins. I can... Wish I can... It's because I really don't want to move this. Otherwise, I get this nicely framed. Okay. All right. I just got an email from a f- from um from a viewer who's been helping me out with this. I'll let him know. I'm live now. Okay, let's see. Okay, are matched. Hmm. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Let me see. Uh, okay. Getting a lot of help from the chat on this project, period. We did a test with a multimeter and the decoder is working. Retesting my LEDs now. Join us if you're not busy. He's been very nice, so I'm just responding quickly here. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So hopefully we'll have another brilliant person on the chat to guide things. That would be super cool. All right. Okay. Let's get this going. Let's get this going back in. All right. Let's get some alligator clips happening. Okay. I see where I left the remote control. Thank you guys for being here. You are all incredible. I know there's a lot more interesting things you could be doing with your time, but all right. keep in mind that pulse width modulation devices are producing lots of EMI noise and are terrible for audio devices. That is very true, Peter. Very, very true. And yeah, that will be a challenge once I have my lighting system set up to keep the noise in my performance area to a minimum. Because I do want lots of LEDs and lots of cool lighting. I have some really cool lighting designs in my head. I wish I can convey the vision in my head to the screen. Well, I'm sure there's a way to do that with AI where I could just describe it and it'll sort of paint it out, but I mean, it's going to be a glorious, glorious performance venue for me and Lawrence. So our own little juke joint, a collaboration between us and nature. Can't wait. Okay, let's get this hooked up. And it'll be easier to test each color at a time. So I'll go ahead and do that. Okay. I guess I didn't need all the pins for that. Well, if I want to show basic color mixing, oh well, let me just hook it up. No. It took me a while to get these contacts not to come in contact with each other. So let me just do one color at a time. Okay. This is green. Let me remove green. Let me do power and red here. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Sorry about that. Pin cushion, where are you? Hopefully these LEDs are not fried. I don't want to solder more leads onto... I don't want to solder, I just want to move forward with the project. I want to buy the right lights. Wait, no. This is, oh yeah, it is red. This is red. Okay. Hopefully this is not ruined. Let me bring where is my... Okay. Plugging into power supply, and then I'll use remote to turn on red light. Okay. Do we got red light? Red is working. Okay, so my LEDs are not ruined, and despite what tech support was telling me, as you can see, polarity couldn't have been the issue. I tried their suggestion anyway, but polarity was clearly not the issue. So, let's see another color. Let me insert another pin. All right. All right. Let's do, I think blue is the last pin in here. So I'll just hook that up to the blue. That's my yellow pen. All right. It's getting signals from its original microcontroller. It's working on a 24-volt power supply. It has a fade and strobe and flash function. Pulse width modulation is part of what's going on here. This should work. So having seen this, guys, do you think it's a contact issue between the wires I soldered onto my LEDs and the decoder? Now, obviously, the wires have continuity. I mean, you wouldn't see this. Do you think it's a gauge issue? That the crimps aren't making enough contacts, or the contacts on the DMX decoder microcontroller isn't making good connection with my LED cables? What do you guys think? Now do what George said. Measure with the multimeter the old power supply. Okay, let's do it. Got a signal ground. You mean measure the output from here? That's a good idea. Let's go. Now that I have these going here. I know it's upside down. Let's put this at 200. Which was, okay, the color thing was cathode. The color pin is cathode in this case. Let's check. Plus, minus. Reading from multimeter, guys, is 24 point. Oh, sorry. It was 24.2, I think. Let me try to get that again. 24.2. 24.2 volts. What was the reading from the DMX decoder? Wasn't it 24.4? Would that slight thing make a difference? Peter, I'm using the old cables that were working with it before. But you yeah. You mean know that the 0.2 difference shouldn't make a difference? Okay. All right, guys, we're making progress. So, having said that, could it be the contact? Are the contacts not making contacts? Is that what you think the issue is? What do you guys think? Okay, I will do that, Peter. Yeah, let's hook it up to the decoder and see if it does something. Okay. Let me turn these guys off. There we go. Wow, welcome to everyone who's lurking. I'm glad to have you all. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Yeah. 0.2 of a volt shouldn't make that much of a difference. All right. Let's do this. Yeah. Process of elimination, folks. I appreciate you guys being here and helping me with that. I really do. All of you. All right. Okay. So we got a working LED strip. Just touch the cables to the screws. You know, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. This is set on red, so let's do that. Yep. Let's not play around here. Let's see. Are those open enough to receive? Okay. Oh! 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 Oh my goodness! Guys. Oh my gosh. We got red light. We got red light. Oh. Everyone. It's definitely a contact issue. My goodness gracious. Crimps were not pushing into the contacts. This is a working decoder, but it has crappy crimps. Ay, Peter. I'm laughing and crying internally at the same time. But let me tell you something, guys. Had these crimps not have been faulty, no contact issue. It was reversed. No. No, that's not what I mean, Peter. Okay, so thanks, George. To explain, the contacts that I just used right now, I made these last week. And I reported to tech support that that it wasn't working. And they looked at the picture and said, "Oh, you have the LED strip connected from the wrong side. You have to solder leads onto the other side." And that's what we did today on the live. But then to test the LED strip to make sure it was working, because this is the side that was working with its original power supply last week. Still work even though we sent a voltage in the wrong direction on the other side. Um and so this is the original site to make a long story short. This is the original site I used last week. And so yeah, it's the original problem was the reason these did not work last week for me is because they weren't making good contacts with the crimps. I mean, not with the crimps. They were not making good contact with the conductors on the board itself. The crimps are not doing a good job. And so now I know that, I mean, some of you suggested that I use thicker gauge cable or folded cables or um, solid copper cables, all of which I have. I recycle copper cables, and I do have thick copper cables. So shall we test this? Shall we high impedance air gap? Okay. So let's so Adam, you think I should use the thick solid copper cables I have? Cuz I got them. I actually collected them for wire wrapping for making jewelry, not so much to work with electronics, but hey, I got them. I could use them for this application. High impedance air gap. Yep. I could set up a quick and dirty test with some, I think I got, I don't even know what gauge these are. They're pretty thick. Oh my gosh. OMG. Adam says, beef up your wires a couple gauges. If solid is what you have, then use that. Make sure they fit before you solder. Okay. Okay. All right. Wow, guys. Okay. So, alrighty. Just use the wire stripper to expose some bare wire and fold it back and solder it. You could use thicker wires or wrap the ends in if you have that. That was picking them up. Or fold over some stranded wire and tin. Okay. All right. These are all good things that I could try. Should I try them now? Or should I try them later? Is the question. I'm just stoked that the decoder's working, my friends. Oh, and I'm really, really grateful for everyone in here who helped me out with this. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But you know, I wouldn't have learned as much about LEDs and DMX decoders if I hadn't had to go through this process. If my first hookup would have worked, I wouldn't have learned as much as I did. So this needed to happen. This needed to happen. But wow, you guys are great. All of you in the chat are awesome. Goodness gracious. Okay. Well, folks, I'm later. Right. You are correct, Peter. Yeah. I should do this when I should continue when I'm rested and am going not going through things in a hurry. Glad you figured it out. Well, I couldn't have done it without you guys. So thank you. Thank you very much. And again, I will be putting out a concise version of this video for anyone who's interested. But again, this live will have a lot of value uh, because of all the information you guys put out in the chat. So I hope people will watch um, I guess the um, the replay of the unedited live will have more information than the edited version that I'm going to put out. So thank you all so much. All right, here's the deal. Um, if Lawrence and I are not working on the garage tomorrow, I'm not sure what he has on the docket for tomorrow, but if he has something else going on, I'm going to work on this, and of course I will document it. And you guys will see a working DMX decoder. And then the next step after I get these hooked up will be to wire up my DMX data cables to the decoder, plug them into my DMX operator. I use DMXs, which is a software-based operator that has a very nice interface. And then I can demo what this thing can really do once you get it hooked up to a DMX operator. So cool. Alrighty. Well, thank you all for joining me today. I will see you all very soon. I will see you extremely soon if you're on the earworms, if you attend the earworms on Sunday. That's on my husband's channel, The Wayfarer Project. And we're going to be talking about the music of the Dark Crystal this Sunday at 7:15 p.m. Eastern Time. And then the following week, we are interviewing the amazing flute wizard. He is a flute builder extraordinaire. So, anyway, happy holidays and thank you all so very much. I appreciate all of you. Chaito. I will have a coquito in all of your honor, like right now. Thank you all so much.
Hello there. My name is